Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to a very, very foggy RAF Lakenheath. Goodness me, it's only just really started to get really good now, visibility wise. It's it's certainly eagles and lightnings in the mist. We did have F-15E Strike Eagles, but sadly they had to scrub the attempt to depart, so you really couldn't see a lot. But we could be hopeful and a bit more fortunate with the F-35, so hold tight. Let's see what we're going to get. Plenty of 495th Fighter Squadron F-35As are taxiing, and there's some already taxied at their holding point, so more have been cleared to taxi to specific holding points, so we may get lucky. But I'll give you a little look. We are using runway 23. Just give you a little look at the state of the catwalk there. Not a lot really. Pretty hazy, pretty misty, but it's really improving now, very much so. So how we doing? Hope we all had a great weekend. Hope you had a really good time. What a week we've had last week. We'll see if we can do the same this week. But welcome to the show. My name's Nick Ossum, your cameraman, historian and commentator. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the evolution of and the lineage of the United States Air Force in Europe. We'll talk a little bit about how they evolved. It's quite complex as well when you break it down, but I'll give you the basics of it. So the sound you can hear is the sound of the F-35As. There are two squadrons that fly this. The 495th Fighter Squadron, I believe, are the ones that you can hear in the background. They made Lakenheath the very first USAFE unit, that's United States Air Force in Europe unit, to operate the F-35A. And the last to arrive with them are the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. They also fly, of course, the F-35A. On the 15th of December 2021, it was indeed the 495th Fighter Squadron that made Lakenheath the very first USAFE unit to operate the F-35A. They were known once as the Thundervarks when they were flying the F-111 Aardvark. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. When they were flying the F-111 Aardvark in 1977 to 1991, their nickname were the Thundervarks, not the Valkyries. They changed nickname. I just realised I'm on camera as well, which is great. The 495th were once called the Thundervarks when operating the F-111 Aardvark, and they became inactive once they started to, the 48th started to retire the F-111 Aardvark, and once they said goodbye to the F-111 Aardvark, so here's trouble crossing the runway. Look at that! Oh, spooky! This should have been a Halloween stream, you know. Look at that lightning in the mist. Beautiful. So yeah, they became inactive from 1991 and didn't come back until 30 years later, like I said, to become the first unit of USAFE to operate the F-35A. The Grim Reapers, they said goodbye to the F-15C and Ds and reactivated in 2022. For a brief period they were inactive while they were training on the F-35A as well. So 2020 was the year that the second F-35A squadron were operating here, and that's already the Grim Reapers, the legacy. They've been, all these squadrons that I'm about to say have been with the 48th since the creation on the 15th of January 1941, And again, that's part of the USAFE as well, which we'll talk about. The 2 squadrons that fly the F-15E Strike Eagle, there's a total of 4 combat-ready fighter squadrons, 2 with the F-35A and 2 with the F-15E Strike Eagles. The first up are the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, and they're also locally known as the Bowlers. They have 2 nicknames, the Bowlers being the headgear that they wear, related to the customary or traditional headgear of that country of origin. So bowler hats being very English, yes. So they'll wear bowler hats. I believe the story goes back when they were wearing berets in France. I think. That may not be 100% true, but it's got a relation to headgear. The next squadron to operate the F-15E Strike Eagle are the 494 Fighter Squadron, the finest, meanest, baddest. The 494th, nicknamed the Panthers. And they operate the F-15E Strike Eagle. F-15E Strike Eagle for the 492nd and 494th. That aircraft arrived in 1992, so completely changing the whole concept of Lakenheath to an Eagle town, because 2 years later, 94, is when the F-15C started to arrive for the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, which is why you get some of the aircraft with a variety of colours. Their squadron tail flash colours, traditionally they are blue for the 492nd, yellow 493rd, and red for the 494th. Now you'll see that on an Eagle. The reason why there's no green, which is the colour of the 495th, is because they weren't active during the time of all the Eagles that were here. They were inactive for another 30 years. However, between 1977 and 91, we did have all 4 squadrons, and you would have had an F-111 aardvark with all 4 colours on it. That's known like a boss jet or a flag. You can also get like flagship tails as well, which will have the markings of the squadron. So you're going to have squadron specific markings, and you can also have a boss jet, shall we call it. Now those markings and colours weren't always the same during the Second World War. The Mad Hatters were red, Reapers blue, and the Panthers yellow during the Second World War. And sadly you won't get any colour on the F-35s these days, as the colour's not available at B&Q. Just kidding. So we've been hopeful. It's clearing up very nicely. There it is. Come on. And of course, if you just joined us, don't forget to hit that like button. You have been clear to touch and go on the like button. It does help us grow. Give us a thumbs up. And come join us by subscribing. And so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos, don't forget to hit the notification bell button and select the all button. Now, we did have F-15E Strike Eagles taxiing out around sort of 9:30ish. They were going to go out, but bless them, they waited on the EOR, but to no improvement. Don't forget, weather radar might say one thing, but nature does its thing, and fog does seem to just sort of hug itself here and kind of become sort of at home here. And that could be to do with the trees and the forests that surround this vicinity. Could be. But it really does remind me of some of the paintings that I've seen from World War II with the Lancasters in the mist really atmospheric shots of B-17s as well, just parked up on the hard stands, getting prepared, getting the armourers putting in. One of the things that you'll find if you do get the wonderful opportunity to speak to an armourer from World War II, ground crew from World War II, will tell you that the problems facing in our very wet, grey, damp country is the problems loading bombs into the bomber or aircraft when they're wet can cause a lot of issues of them being jammed once the aircraft reach altitudes. It would get to a point where it would freeze. Now, if you've been fortunate enough to be in, for example, a Lancaster bomber and to have a look at the portholes of the from the inside, there were portholes that the airmen could see into the loading bay to see if there were any hot bombs, basically bombs that haven't been dropped, and they could actually see through the portholes. For example, in the Lancaster that I managed to was fortunate enough to identify and have a look, and was told that, you know, if you do get bombs that were kind of loose or hung, as they say, well, they did actually use brute force just to punch it out. Oh dear. But yeah, that's one of the downsides of a damp country, is the fact that you get the bombs wet, which, well, if it's raining and you gotta go, but it can cause problems for the ordnance to stick due to freezing. Welcome to the show, everyone. Hope you're all good, and a good morning, good evening, good day, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from in the world. This is your Ted Coningsby channel, and we're live here at RAF Lakenheath, the home of the 48th Fighter Wing. Very warm welcome to everyone. EP65, vehicles, planes and ships galore. Remco de Bray, Alan Gates, Alan Burden, Carl White, Captain A, Stuart Jack, Aviation Videos, how you doing? Wee Stevie Boy, how you doing? Who else we've got? Davey, Captain A, Pam Byard, how you doing? Dave Hurst, Alex Raven, Brennan de Gooey, Vienna, how's it going? Mayhem Marshy, Davey, Margot Baxter, how's it all going? And Alan Burden, Tom Leon, Kaz Like UK, oi oi to you. Hope we're all good. So we're just waiting, or at least the pilots are just waiting for that fog just to disappear. And it is just really depleting now. It's doing a bit of a Houdini, do you know what I mean? So that's all good. Now I can hear F-15E Strike Eagle starting up as well, which is great. We're getting there. So the sound that you can hear that's been spooling throughout the start of the show, that's the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100, and it's applied to the F-35A and the C. Here we go. Here we go. It's lovely to see you. Taxi. And we've got F-35 taxiing down the catwalk as well. Look at this. F-35A, one of the three main variants. This is the A variant, the 9G pull-in, Mach 1.6, speeding 43,000 pounds of thrust blasted. With a phenomenal acceleration rate. Yeah, now have a look at this shot here. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. There you go. Memories of that scene from Flight of the Navigator. Do you know the bit I mean? Look at this. Let's have some of this. Here we go. So this is what we call on the channel the catwalk. Officially it's just called the taxiway. We felt the catwalk sounded pretty good. £43,000 of thrust in the world's most powerful engine in a fighter jet at the moment. With technology always changing. Beautiful, look at this. And the F-35A is the only variant to have the GAU cannon, the GAU 22 cannon, which is a 25mm beauty, revolving at 3,300 rounds per minute, I believe. reasonably light aircraft. 29,000 pounds on the A variant. Oh, a nice turnout. It's got an amazing fuel capacity. I think it's something like 18, something silly like 80. I think it's 18,000 pounds of jet fuel. Impressive, beautiful engine. The Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW 100 measures at 5.59 meters. The engine, now just to give you an idea, the PW 600, which sits happily in the F-35B, is 9.37 meters, almost double the size. The Pratt & Whitney's F-135 has a 3-stage fan and a 6-stage high pressure compressor, so a 9-stage compressing system, and it compresses the air 28 times to that of its atmospheric pressure, so it increases the pressure 28 times. The EJ200 on the Typhoon 26 times, the F-35, F-100 PW229s on the F-15E Strike Eagles that we see here 32 times, so right in the middle in a way between the two. But the bypass ratio on this is a 0.57 to 1, and it increases from 28,000 pounds of drive thrust on that single engine to 43,000 pounds of good old thrust. And take 18,000 pounds of payload. More taxiing in the distance. Oh yeah. So you can see that long cannon there. Can you see that bulge on the top of the port side wing? That is the GAU-22 cannon. Oh yeah. It's the only one with an internal cannon. The F-35B and C can have a centre belly version external. Here we go. So it's got about 18,000 pounds of fuel capacity, along with the payload as well. So it's quite similar to payload, and there's more F-35s taxiing in the distance, which is great. We have heard in the background the F-15E Strike Eagle startups as well. Great question, really good, why not? Now, it's from Mike A regarding the designation. I can answer that, and it'll all make sense. So let me just find Mike A's question. Question, Nikos, how does the designation number work? Obviously F is for fighter, and but why are these 35s and Raptors 22s, Eagles 15s? Well, you'll notice that the F-15 came out before the F-22, and the F-22 came out before the F-35. You'll notice they are actually indeed going up numerically, and with the likes of the F-47 coming out, you'll notice that's above the other numbers. They are actually in designation order, ascending order. There was, now it was one of our friends, Colin, because he said there's an F-18 and an F-16. Where's the F-17? There was a prototype, and it goes in design order. There was actually a prototype. It could have been, off the top of my head, it may have been a YF-17 for the F-18. This is just off the top of my head. I haven't had a look into too much detail. But the one that gets the, you know, don't forget there was the YF-22 and the YF-23, again in numerical ascending order, but it just so happens it was the F-22 that got the go-ahead. And so yeah, it's a very good question, and the letter does have a massive significance. So R being reconnaissance, P for patrol, F for fighter, that kind of thing, C for cargo, GR for ground and reconnaissance for the R, F for fighter. Yes, you're absolutely right. So yes, that is it's actually done sequential and in ascending, or shall we say numerical order. But a very good question, and off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure the F-18's sort of run-in for development was possibly the YF-16 or the YF-17, something like that. But sorry, the YF-17, I'm thinking. But yeah, sorry, the YF-17. There is no F-17 because it was the F-18 that got the number. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Oh, Aspen's already answered it. There you go. So they are done in numerical order, is what I'm saying. So Yeah, so when you see the Y indicates a prototype. So this is the denominations for each letter. So Y, it's again loving the Air Ministry denomination as well. They had B, P, F, and all this kind of stuff for their Air Ministry's prototypes as well. But the YC would be a prototype for a cargo. A YF would be a prototype for a fighter. So I hope that makes sense. So SR. So SR is strategic and the R is for reconnaissance. Although originally, if I got this right, it was supposed to be called the RS-71. Taxiing down the Foggy catwalk. F-15E Strike Eagles. Some great questions coming out with designations. Love it. Keep them coming. F-15s taxiing out. Got a 747 behind me, so let me just hear a little bit more of this. Oh, thanks. 747, I think it is. 747? 747 coming in as well. Lovely. Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's joy. Oh no, you're good, man. Thanks for getting it. Thanks for all the millions you got me, man. How far out is it? Just there. Coming in pretty low. Looking good. Just behind that tree there, so I can't actually see it. So. I love that convenient table ladder. See if I can get you the it's a little bit covered behind the tree. It's just behind this bit here. It's not normally that low, but who we got here? F-35 salad at the moment, look at it. How we're all doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Hope we're well. So we've got a set of departures from the F-15E Strike Eagles and the F-35As. It's all happening now in a lovely Boeing 747 arriving in Atlas Air livery. That is. So lots of checks been carried out. Now the F-15s with their fighter generation squadrons of armourers, crew chiefs, safety checks are done here on the EOR end of runway. There are 4 in total end of runway, so you could fit 6 aircraft on each end of runway. So 2 for runway 23 north and south, and 2 for runway 05 north and south. That's your south side EOR 23. And what they're doing is post-taxi checks, which is, of course, unique not to just the 48th Fighter Wing or the 48th Operations Group. It's the way they operate. They like to do post-taxi checks to make sure there hasn't been any issues on taxiing from the hangars. So they'll do all the checks here. F-35s are done a little bit differently. They're done because of their sensitivity and a lot more advanced technology. Would need to be sort of kept under the hangars. Now that's not to say all F-15s are done this way in other Air Force bases and other wings. It is something that the 48th Operations Group like to practice it in this way with their fighter generation squadrons. More F-35s turning up. What's going on here? So this will be what the delay is. So it's just going to cross the runway. Lots of heat haze. Look at this. Disappearing. That's cool. Here we go. many F-15s. Look at this. They look good. F-15s. is, yep. Oh yes. Oh, have they just turned back?
That's the one that went high key, wasn't it? Oh.
Yeah, that's what. I got a bit confused there. They're everywhere. There's literally millions of them. Oh yeah, here it is. The other two put me off. Oh, look at this. There they are. Into the Ted Coningsby channel, live here, the 48 Fighter Wing. Here we go. Rack 'em. go, another, this is called a practice or precautionary flameout. In some countries or different air forces, they call it an SFO, simulated flameout. Now, it's not a stall. It's just not burning that fuel, it's not combusting. This is a way to, well, if you're fortunate enough to be 10,000 feet or 7,000 feet, you can do this. The compressors are still spinning, turbines are still going round. You can inject lots of fuel, but nothing will happen. You've got to restart that fire, you know. That's how you do it. Idle and then bang. Ready? So having one engine and gravity being the aircraft's as well as drag, but enemy being an aircraft's worst enemy. If in an event of a flameout, if you're fortunate enough to be around 7,000, 10,000 feet, that'll be what's called a high key. The turbine, the compressors, all spinning. The fuel has been injected, that's fine, all the airflow's going in, but nothing's sparking up. The flame's gone. And that's one way of doing it. A bit like bump starting your car, but don't take your vehicle 10,000 feet up in the sky and drop it, please. Fighter Town! Seems like we've got a backlog of departures from today's inconvenient fog. sounding music to the ears of an aviation enthusiast, or military aviation enthusiast to be exact. The complete change in weather created somewhat of a real sharp, hazy sort of filter to everything, but that's fine. That's fine. It's dry. It's good. It's there's the queen of the skies over there. Beautiful. Wow, that was just pure carnage for. It was like all the departures in the morning. Just.
Everybody wanted to get out and out.
I think it's about 16 million.
16 million? Yeah, I'll go with that. That's 1,000,000 747s. Ish.
Swap the batteries in, we've got a few. It's a good one, yeah, absolutely. Wow, well that was awesome. Hey man, how you doing? All right?
Hi mate.
Good.
Had a nice little day.
Oh yeah.
Lots of fog clear.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed.
Nice little day Friday.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? That was really busy actually.
Sort of fished that in the bin, have they? That was here, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh, we got more. Wow.
Coming out.
Yeah, more coming out.
Oh, I'm not gonna hang on for a minute.
At least 2. Look at this. What a day we're having, eh?
Yeah, perhaps making up for lost time from the
Yeah.
What
I
time
think
the fog clear? That must have been about 10ish, wasn't it?
it was about 11, at least 11.
Oh, was it?
At least. Yeah.
When are you here next?
Maybe Wednesday and Friday. I might do a triple. I might do a triple show this week.
You couldn't chuck a couple of sticks in, could you?
What ones are actually?
I just want one for my mate Rod. He's in a hospice down in. I've only got the big ones, right? How big are they? I don't know what he can stick on his food trolley. That's the thing. Yeah, he's really unwell, poor sod. No, oh no, they'd be far too big for him, I think. Oh, is that all you do, is it? Oh, I thought you'd done like on the back of your door with them little tiny round ones. Oh, no worries, dude. No, that's fine, dude. Oh, yeah, there you go. I'm trying to switch my brother's dogs over.
Okay, mate.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Yeah,
I'll see you in a week.
See ya. Oh, welcome to the 48th Fighter Wing, lady. Look at this, there's more. And of course, don't forget a wing. There's only the surface of it, because of course it comprises of well, I hope you're enjoying this. But yes, the actual flying component is indeed the 48th Operations Group. And then once you've got the group under that, then you've got the squadrons. So that's the flying component. And of course, within the squadrons, you've got all the roles that go with it, with the fighter generation squadrons. Got the maintenance group. Big shout out to the 48th maintenance group as well. The 48th munitions squadron, equipment maintenance squadron, component maintenance squadron. You've got the 748th aircraft maintenance squadrons. You've got the fighter generation squadron, mission support group, 48th Force Support Squadron, the 48th Security Forces. What up, LE, OSI, and SF Forces, the medical 48th Medical Group. How you doing? 48th Communications as well. From dentists to surgeons to everything about it. A big shout out to comms at RAPCon, the communication squadrons. There's so much that forms one wing of an air force, and then once you've got the wing, you've got the air force itself. So it falls under the 3rd Air Force. We'll talk to you a little bit about the United States Air Force in Europe today. My goodness me, I didn't realise there was this many. Look at this. The 48th Fighter Wing activated on the 15th of January 1941 in preparation for the looming a potential Second World War, and the first aviation objective in preparation for that set that was put together by the United States Army Air Corps. They arrived at Lakenheath in 1960. Now the base was opened quite late, or built in 1940. This vicinity served as a decoy airfield, and in 1941 saw its first arrivals. The 20 Operational Training Unit was a satellite to Mildenhall. Until the base's, until the station's closure in 1945, it nearly took nearly 2.5 years to complete the modifications needed and the expansion of the runway. But when it did finally open, it was the 7504th Base Completion Unit that opened and rehosted to the United States Air Force. 2nd Bombardment Group and the 307th as well. They arrived with their B-29s. We also saw B-50s, B-47s, and a whole lot more during Strategic Air Command. Taxiing to the North EOR. So the F-15 concept has been around for many, many years. In fact, since the 60s, something of a development called the EX project to replace the F-100D Super Sabre and an answer to the threatening Foxbat. And this was the answer, the F-15 concept. There were other companies in the mix to try and get the deal, such as Fairchild as well, Rockwell, the TFX program, the EX program as well, and it did have specifications as well to meet. It had to have an excess of 1:1 thrust to weight ratio as well. And they already proposed the idea with the ratio near 1:1 maximum speed, which was achieved to a Mach 2.3 at the time, with a weight of 40,000 pounds. And the FX program was underway, and the MiG-25, already revealed in '67, was a high speed, and you know how it is, you've got to keep up with the Joneses. And it was in 1972 that it took its first flight. There were other award-winning contractors such as Fairchild Republic, North American Rockwell, and of course McDonnell Douglas. But it was McDonnell Douglas that got the go-ahead with Pratt & Whitney 100s, the F-15A taken to the skies in 1972. That was the first flight. They made a family version, TF-15A, which was redesignated to F-15B, which took its maiden flight almost a year exact after the maiden flight of the F-15A. So there was plenty of upgrades and further developments as well. The first Eagle F-15B delivered on the 13th of November 1974, and in January 1976 the first Eagle destined for the combat squadron to the 555th Tactical Fighter Squadron was delivered. It had the PW-100 engines, and then eventually improved to the PW-220s, which produced around 25,000 pounds of thrust each with afterburner. And then of course later on it was the C and D models that took to the skies as well. That came in the beginning of 1979. The Strike Eagle, more developments came with conformal fuel tanks to be added to them. That took its first flight on the 11th of December 1986, so about 7 years after the C and D were introduced. And it's still going. We've got the EX program as well, the Boeing F-15EX. The legacy still lives on. It arrived here in 1992. Oh, hello. Beautiful engines, Pratt & Whitney. These FWEEP, due to the SENC, the convergent exhaust nozzle control, which the control system pushes air through the actuators. It's pneumatic or pneumatic, making a FWEEP sound as the nozzles converge and diverge, open and close. And that's the Pratt & Whitney F-100 family. So you'll get FWEEPing F-16s if they have the Pratt & Whitney F-100 engine. deteriorated. I'll be right back. Oh no, it's been loads. It's been good, hasn't it?
I reckon about 15.
Probably.
Is it usually this busy then?
It can be, but I reckon it's some of the cancelled flights in the morning of just trying to cram it all in. Which would make sense.
F-35. Really high.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. High key. Here we go.
Two of them.
One to the left of it as well, Nikos.
Yep.
Yep.
So we've got two F-35s in high key. Now, I'll try and give you a chance to explain. So, okay, so an aircraft's worst enemy is gravity. And if you've only got one engine and you have a flameout, it's not very good. Now, a flameout is not a stall, and the engine is still spinning round, it's going round. All that's happening is that it's not combusting the fuel. A pilot can just put loads of fuel in there, nothing's going to happen. It's not combusted. In fact, it probably just will come out the back. Now, the way to do it, the turbines, the compressors are still spinning, but you're going to have to try and get it to start up again. And the way you're going to do that is to, if you're fortunate enough to be 7,000 to 10,000 feet up in the air, is to turn it basically into a glider and try to scoop up as much air. And it is sort of like trying to bump start a car, you know, when you're pushing it with a few helpers and then you're trying to put it in second gear. It's sort of like that. It's not exactly, I mean, the physics to that is completely different, but that's the kind of effect, what you're trying to do. You're trying to feed as much air into that as possible, you know, by turning it and diving down very rapidly and try to start it up, which is what the F-35 is trying to do. To simulate it, of course, the pilot will put that into idle. You can only have 4 in the circuit for safety reasons while doing this. Maximum 4. It's called a practice or precautionary flame out. Power on. Likes, thank you very much. Woo! Yeah. Now, if there was a shot of 2 F-15s having an argument, that is it. Oh, hello. about. Well, apparently that's fake. I put that on there. Apparently, according to a few viewers. Yeah, apparently I had that on.
Oh, that just must be like those things in the electric cars that make them sound like motor cars.
That's a long standing joke, which I'll keep going.
Fake.
And, in fact, I find that a compliment, because the fact that it really does sound like a Vulcan. If I've added a... Yeah, so that I'll take that as a compliment. I'm going to turn that into a positive. Amazing. So I'm not real, you're not real, I don't know who you.
All AI, baby.
Yeah, NPCs. Woo!
Let's give it again, then. Come on.
Come on, do it again. Here we go. We're having now, eh? Bit different to 9 o'clock, wasn't it? Eagles in the mist it was. Here we go. Watch the time delay as the nozzles close and then the freak gets us, because we're about a quarter of a mile away or so. So the nozzles will close and then open up to match the airflow. Look at the huge stable. Here we go. non-stop action there, really.
To the left, Nicholas. To the
Okay, that's all good. Very non-stop. Wow, they just keep coming and going. Love it. So from here you can see the distinctive contour of the GAU 22 cannon, 22 cannon there. That's one way of distinguishing the F-35A. Also the marking just behind the canopy for the boomstick to go into for air-to-air refueling. And it's a lot less bulky just behind the cockpit as well. The F-35 can be configured to have external missile railings. Beautiful. Well, what a day we've had. And also had this come in as well, the Atlas Air 747 for your delivery needs, from equipment to salmon to other supplies. Oh, welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you're all having a good time. Sounds like another startup, another F-15E startup. Though unfortunately I will need to make tracks a bit earlier today. I've got an appointment, so my apologies. Some great questions earlier that we had about designations and numerical questions regarding the designation for aircraft. So that was a really good thing. Thank you very much for that. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And yes, as I was saying, there are 4 internal stations, hard points for the F-35, 6 external stations as well, which are on the wings with a capacity of 5,700 pounds or 2,600 kilos internal. It does have hard points for external drop tanks as well. should they wish to have them for transit flights. It can take 18,000 pounds of total weapons payload, which can carry a combination of missiles, so air-to-air, such as AIM-9X, AIM-260 JTAM, the Meteor air-to-surface missiles, AGM-88Gs, the 158s, the 179s, the Spear 3s, anti-ship missiles, well, AGM-158C, LRASM, and Joint Strike missiles as well. Bombs, well, take a pick, GBU-39s, GBU-53s, B-61 Mod 12s, and it's packed with a load of avionics, some that I can't even pronounce, but some of the things and items on the F-35, I do get to show you the wonderful capabilities of it. And of course the antenna systems all made by BAE Systems as well. There's Lockheed and Grumman Northrop as well. And sorry about the light, it's pretty shocking, isn't it? But yes, the aircraft, 5th generation stealth, has a radar cross section of around probably about the size of a golf ball, literally about 5 centimeters squared, made of a special carbon composite. But what makes it unique is Lockheed's patented RAM. Now that's not the memory like you get on a computer. This is a radar absorbing material. The paint that's applied to the F-35 has particles of iron in it, and that's what absorbs radar frequencies and radar radio waves. And don't forget, stealth is not invisible, it's how much you return back from radio waves. So basically a radar will, an omnidirectional radar such as a primary radar, is sending radio waves everywhere, and it's what comes back. Now traditionally, you know, back in World War II, let's say, a Spitfire would pretty much come back with its full radar cross section. What it is, what comes back, say for example a B-52 or a Boeing 747, 100 meters squared, that's what will come back. There's no real thought in the protection of giving it a low radar cross section. To combat that, you want as little as flat surfaces as possible. You want to avoid your stabilizer and your elevator giving a 90-degree comeback. You want to avoid a full perfectly round nose where the radome is. What it is on stealth fighters, it's on all of them, even the JUs and the SUs. From the nose to the intake, there's a ridge which stops it from being fully round, because once radios hit, you'd probably naturally think because it's round it'll bounce off. It doesn't, it goes all the way round. The radar absorbing material allows the radar frequencies to absorb and heat up with Lockheed's patented RAM, radar absorbing material. It heats it up. And you've also got radar absorbing paint, which is what this different color is that sometimes you can catch. This is the F-35A. There's the cannon which has been molded, and you can see the contour there, hopefully through the light. There you go, that's better. That's one quick way of identifying the F-35A to the B. Quickly as well, from the front, it's a lot slimmer here. The F-35B will be a bit more bulkier at the back. You'll notice the difference. I haven't got the other one with me right on me here, but there we go. But that, and the other thing you'll notice, all these zigzags, even the B2, have a look at it closely, and you see all these serrations. Even the landing gear and the weapons bay, they're not just straight and flat, there's all zigzags everywhere, even down to the nozzle. Look at all that zigzag seesaw ridge everywhere, even here, because the plan is, the idea, I mean, I've shown you a diagram, when radio frequencies hit a smooth surface with not a lot going on, it will just come back. But if you start adding serrations, radio frequencies have trouble going back in the same or opposite direction and back to sender. And the idea is to absorb as much of that radar, deflect as much radar to come back to the enemy radar. And then I'm not being funny, but you're not really going to look out for a golf ball on your screen, are you? So that's my point, like a small, tiniest of birds. There you go. You've also, under here, it's made out of sapphire. That's the EOTS, that's the electro-optical targeting system. They've chosen a sapphire because it is again low RCS, radar cross section, and that's your targeting system. That all happens here. You've got the 1600 tiny little sensors in there pointing upwards. You don't want it to point down because down is all enemy radars, right? It's got an electro absorbing material as well, RAM on the canopy, which sometimes it can appear like a purpley blue to like a burnt orange, bronzy coloured with that as well. And yeah, and then you'll notice these very non-matching polygon, look like mirrors if you catch it on the light. There are 6 of these little mirrors. There's about one there, there's a couple here, I believe there's one there as well, and there's one at the back, just back here. Now that's the DAS system, the distributed aperture system. Now there's 6 of those, and they're literally cameras, which forms like a 360 battlefield protection for the F-35. Here's my little F-35 that I've drawn. There's the little DAS windows. They look like mirrors, if you, especially when you catch it at the right light. They're not the same shape on all of them. They appear all over the place, which is great. There's 6 of them in total, and it forms like a big protective bubble, but it's constantly working, and it matches up with the mounted display unit, so that's the pilot's helmet, and it's already tracking all the surface-to-air missiles. It's continuously tracking vehicles, detecting threats all around it, including whether it has the option, if it wants to detect and engage in a aerial combat. This is the beauty, and it's not like the movies that you see where it's close engagement. Yes, there are dogfights, but they happen in certain scenarios. When the F-35 is in a flight of other F-35s, it will link up the other DASs and form a fusion. This is an absolute battlefield tool. It is amazing. So while I wrote this, they have the AN/AAQ-37. Basically these sensors are infrared sensors for day or night in full HD, probably 4K, 8K probably in this instance, but it is all that. It is a fantastic aircraft. It's a stealth aircraft, and like I said, stealth is not invisible, it's how much you give back. The B2, I believe, is like a bumblebee radar cross section, which is again magnificent. That's like ultimate. The RAM coating material, which information was available online, 1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz that it can absorb, which not even an S400 can pick that up, because it's already absorbing, and it's already it could already counter it if it needed to. So it's a magnificent fate of engineering, that absolutely brilliant. Hi, all right. There will be, but I don't know when. They're coming back in dribs and drabs and loads of them.
Do you know where they're going?
No. Oh no.
Did you expect that big cargo plane?
Yeah, that came in about an hour ago, I think.
We saw it.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Does that come from all there?
Probably, yeah.
With supplies or?
Yeah, food and salmon and stuff.
Yeah. There's much to see at Mildenhall.
Yeah, it's always a good go there. It's always good to get to see different things.
That's just transport.
Predominantly, and ospreys and other random things that turns up. Yeah, give it a go.
I normally see you at Coningsby.
Yeah, go there as well.
Yeah, I see you do. I only live down the road from there.
Cool. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Yeah, all the drawings I've done myself. And what I was going to say is got some really cool bits to show you as well. Got some real cool stuff to go through as promised. And like I said, I do like to show you different things as well. You know, and talk to you about different stuff. I don't really talk about the 8th Air Force as much. I mean, I do when it comes to the lost airfields. I mean, that's a given. But actually connecting the whole point. I mean, don't forget, this is a United States Air Force in Europe. That's what the letter E stands for. And it gives me a pleasure to actually give you a little rundown, because I'll tell you what I did get. I've got a couple of cool bits to show you. You know me with my my things I get on the show live. Something which is phenomenal. I'll see. I'm actually trying to work out how I'm gonna Mike A, why don't you publish the Ted Coningsby book of aircraft info with your sketches? Well, you never know, that sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a brilliant one. That sounds really cool. I like that idea. What I'm going to show you is just literally a brief... yeah, I'll just stick to the plan. Stick to the plan, Nikos. Just stick to the plan. I've got two things, two separate time periods of certain items. Maybe I'll keep that in its pouch. Yeah, I'll keep that in its protective pouch, shall I? Yeah, I'll do that. What I wanted to show you, I'll tell you what, this is maybe some of you can date it exactly, but this is quite an old one. I got a I got a USAFE patch, but it's hello.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's gonna blow up. Oh no, someone's got me ice cream. You know what that means? We're gonna have a bit of a moment up here. Okay, yeah, the light is awful, but if I catch that right, look at that. I'm gonna date that to sort of 60s, 70s with that, I reckon. It's definitely one of the older ones. I don't think it's that modern USAFE, but I wanted to talk to you a little bit about where we got to this. How did we get to the United States Air Forces in Europe, and how did we certainly get that here? But we do need to go back to all the way back to the 15th of January 19... How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Wow, we went from zero visibility to yeah, went from like zero visibility to this blazing sun. And it all starts really with a link with, okay, while I was literally in the fog today, I was trying to put this together in a basic way, because I did find that it's actually quite complex, but it's simple. You could just say the 8th Air Force became the United States Air Forces in Europe. Yeah, not quite, because it seemed to be a lot of things amalgamating into one, but it does have its lineage from there, and it goes back from the 15th of January 1941, which we always speak about when Lakenheath's 48th bomb group light began. Okay, in fact, for those that don't know, the very 4 squadrons that are here had different numbers. They were the 55th, 56th and 57th bomb squadrons light. That's the letter L in brackets. If it's got a H, it's heavy, possibly D for dive and M for medium. But Lakenheath's 492nd, 493rd and 494 for the 55th, 56th and 57th bomb squadrons light. That's how they started life out. And also the 4th squadron, which is now 495th, they were actually the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, and then eventually became the 88th Bomb Squadron Light as well. And these numbers just kept coming and going, but they did change them in 1943. Wow, I hope everyone's all right. Okay, so it was called the First Aviation Objectives. It was for that looming potential World War, and then obviously the turning point happened on the 7th of December 1941 with the attacks on Pearl Harbor. Almost a year after that, on the 19th of January 1942, the 8th Air Force established as the 8th Bomber Command. That's what they were called first, number 8 Bomber Command. And on the 1st of February 1942, they activated at Langley Field, Virginia, and 9 days later they were reassigned to Savannah Army Air Base, Georgia, in preparation again. They began to move units to the UK. So this is kind of like the very early USAFE, the very early United States Air Forces in Europe. Okay, so when they moved, they were moving echelons eventually, and then the ground, all the officers, they moved them, but they moved near the Royal Air Forces Bomber Command at RAF Dawes Hill, which is near High Wycombe. And I was literally just I'm making the next series of Lost Airfields, which actually covers this very group that I'm talking about, because on the 9th of June 1942, the 97th Bomb Group arrived at Polebrook and Grafton Underwood. They had 4 squadrons, 2 went to Polebrook and 2 operated out of Grafton Underwood. But I need to just say a little point there. This couldn't have come at a better time, because on the 17th of March 42, so just 3 months before that bomb group arrived, very important to note that the Royal Air Force brought out the Lancaster, which they believed, with all its ammo, they believed, and the power of having 4 engines, they thought 12 will be enough to do the Augsburg raid, the very first raid deep into daylight in Germany. All right, and yeah, it's 12 went, 37 crew never made it back. Only 5 Lancasters returned, lest we forget, because it was a disaster, but it did leave something positive, because Air Marshal Harris said, we can do it. We did it, you know, and that must have put a lot of fear to Hitler and Goring as well, because they could do it. And it was the first time that 109s and FW-190s ever engaged in Lancaster. So that move of the 97th Bomb Group couldn't have come at a better time, indeed. And then a month later, on the 4th of July 1942, the first ever all-American raid of the 8th Bomber Command. For those who don't know, Polbrook is Station 110 and Grafton Underwood is 106. And the first ever raid, I'll come back to that. It was that wasn't the first all-American raid, sorry. It was the first ever raid of the United States Army Air Force. It involved using Royal Air Force's 6 Douglas Bostons, which the US Air Force had them called as A-20 Havocs, but they were called Bostons in the Royal Air Force. And it was actually the 15th Bomb Squadron Light that went with 6 RAF 226 Squadron. That was the first one, 4th of July 1942. And then later came the All-American, which I'll tell you in a moment. Someone just had an alarm for Point Charlie just then. Well, you know it is on the channel. Talk history, you get planes. So yeah, it was the first raid. It was the 15th Bomb Squadron Light using it was RAF Douglas Bostons, and yes, in the US Army Air Force, it was designated as the A-20 Havoc. You'll find that quite a lot where names such as the Boeing Fortress was indeed the B-17 in the United States. And it was indeed Polbrook with number 90 Squadron of the Royal Air Force actually operated the B-17Cs, which the US Army Air Force said that they weren't really ready for combat, but the Royal Air Force had no choice, and that move to Polbrook and Grafton Underwood couldn't have come at a better time. Beautiful. So yes, so that happened from Grafton Underwood, the first ever raid of the US with it was 6 and 6, 6 Royal Air Force, 6 US Air Force. And I'm going to get you the aircraft here in just a moment, which is what they were using. And yeah, so that was the number 15. And on the 17th of August 1942, from Grafton Underwood, Station 106, you know, operating the B-17s, which I've got here, I can show you for those who don't know. It was indeed the first all-American raid with 12 B-17s, and the target was to attack the marshalling yards at Daron, Sotteville. And the lead aircraft was called Butcher Shop, and it was piloted by Colonel Frank A. Armstrong. And co-pilot was squadron commander of the 340th, Captain P.W. Tibbets. Now, for those who don't know, he flew Enola Gay to Hiroshima. And also in the flight was B-17E Yankee Doodle, co-piloted by Second Lieutenant John R. Dowswell, and pilot was Captain Rudolph Emil Ruddy Flack, who was the squadron commander of the 414th. And also on board was the Brigadier General Ira C. Eaker. Now, for those that know US Air Force history will know who that was, the commander of number 8 Bomber Command. Now, 22nd of February 1944, they redesignated the commands to US Strategic Air Forces in Europe, so it was called USAF. So we're almost getting to USAFE. So this is where it comes from. It was the move from America to the UK, which brought home the United States Air Forces in Europe. Now I'm just going to show you I don't have the B-24 Liberator because it would be unfair to give all the glory to the B-17, but here we are, the B-17 making its mark, and the B-17 and the B-24 were together for the United States Strategic Air Forces in Europe. So that is what was going on. That's the almost evolution, but we can talk further down the line in history. So that was the first all-American raid, 17th of August 1942. On the 22nd of February 44, like I said, they redesignated it, and on the 7th of August 1945, the United States Strategic Air Forces actually redesignated to the United States Air Forces in Europe. So it's from the 7th of August 1945 that they changed. The HQ was at Lindsey Air Station at Wiesbaden in Germany, and they assigned the 8th Fighter and the 8th Air Support Command to the United States Air Force in Europe. So and there's a lot. There was like the 15th as well, the 15th Air Force. So there's a lot of lineage with the USAFE, and this is where it gets a little bit complex, but I'm just trying to give you the bite size. And it was General Carl Spaatz, returned to England, who commanded the United States Strategic Air Force. Major General Jimmy Doolittle, he commanded the 15th Air Force. Lieutenant Ira C. Eaker. Again, all these important men were all part of that lineage, and Doolittle's directive for the 15th was win the air war and isolate the battlefield. That sounds good. Here they come. There's a bit of a rumble, that. We do love a bit of noise. Something I was just reading about today in the fog, and so and then after that, Korean War, Strategic Air Command, the Cold War, all the aspects, and with the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. Activated in 1952 at Chaumont. In fact, it was the 48th that operated the first ever F-100 under USAFE as well. A long legacy. And, just to put it into basic terms, you now know why there is a USAFE. From that day that the men started to arrive in ships such as the Queen Mary, the Ile-de-France as well, when they the HMS Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth, the Ile-de-France when they ended up in to end up in France as well. The Normandy campaign, 2,300 sorties just on the D-Day and Normandy landings. It took part in Big Week as well. For those that don't know, it's a week 20th to the 25th of February 1944, a build-up to take out all these aircraft plants in preparation to really damage and push away the World War II enemy. Oh, this is going in fast, isn't it? Look at this! That was amazing. Yep. Oh, high-tack initial. So high-tack initial is like initial, except they're about, I think it's about 5,000 feet. Oh, they're going to come from everywhere now. And I'll tell you what, fair play to air traffic control for managing all of this. Men and women, the airmen at RAPCON, radar approach control, in the tower that you can see there in their 15-degree slanted tinted windows. They do about 8 to 12 hour shift, and they admit it is fun when it gets busy like this. Two more have just come in. And like I said, it was that legacy when they arrived in 1942 in England and the Echelons started to fly their B-17s over. And I want you to remember, 26,000 airmen, men lost their lives. 1943 to 1945 of the mighty 8th alone. The lineage of the United States Air Force in Europe, which today their headquarters are in Germany at Ramstein Air Base. Number 3, the 3rd Air Force. But, lest we forget. That figure doesn't include the, I think it's something like 28,000 POWs as well. .6,800 wounded. And the legacy continues. Beautiful. There are 10 units of the United States Air Forces in Europe, which includes the United States Air Forces in Africa as well. Of the 600 airfields, 450, around 450 were Royal Air Force by the end of the war, and about 150 of the United States Army Air Force. It's busier than Heathrow here today. And also 13th of April 1912, by the way. Didn't sound very good, I hope that's okay. Yeah, so prior to the foundation or the formation or the establishment, shall I say, of the Royal Air Force, we didn't have the Royal Air Force then. So just like the United States Army Air Corps and then the Army Air Force, we didn't have a Royal Air Force until the 1st of April 1918. Now we did have a flying unit and they were called the Royal Flying Corps, RFC, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and it was the amalgamation of the that merged the Royal Naval Air Service together to become the Royal Air Force. But at the start of World War I, it was Royal Flying Corps commanded by Brigadier General Sir David Henderson. Consisted of 5 squadrons, 1 observation balloon squadron. We're talking World War I here. We're talking pre 1st of April 1918, and we're talking from the very early stages of 1912, flying various biplanes. And you know,
Thank you very much.
the Royal Flying Corps started to grow from strength to strength. Now here we go, this is my little build-up, because I got something for you here. It's extremely rare, over 100 years old. I managed to get a cap, not only a cap badge, I'll build it up to the best. I've actually got, yep, you've got it, I've got a Royal Flying Corps, over 100 years old cap badge. It's not Royal Air Force, it's before the Royal Air Force. Look at this. I don't know if you can see that, I'll try and get you in a better light. Look at this. You see that? Amazing. That is extremely rare. Royal Flying Corps, ladies, gents, teddy bears, 1912 to 1918. And I'm going to show you one more thing, which I had to get it, which is even rarer than that cap badge. It is the brooch sweetheart of, yep, the Royal Flying Corps. Over 100 years old, and I couldn't believe I could get hold of it. I want you to look at this. The enamel is still surviving after all these years. Look at this, if I can zoom in nicely on it. I don't know if you can see that very well. That's a sweetheart Royal Flying Corps, over 100 years old. That is amazing. I just had to get it from all the history that we do and brought to you here on the channel. So, you know, I like to share these things with you all. Again, that's going to go in the Ted Coningsby Heritage Centre when I buy it. That's my goal.
Nicholas, I need some help.
Huh?
Have they switched runways?
No. No, they just parked there for a bit until they get clearance to...
They just said departure, they're going to go out.
Huh?
There's like loads down there.
That'll be the ones that came. Yeah, they just... they've got like an EOR down there as well, just like here. And they'll just wait to the taxi back. I mean, you can check ATIS if they have changed runway. I haven't heard it. What did it say?
It didn't, it just said queue up for departure.
Oh.
But there's, I can see...
Don't forget, LN Tower does Mildenhall as well. So there could be something Mildenhall departing.
The Atlas Air's going out shortly. That's on. That's just requested start.
Oh, hello. Very good. Well, that'll be alright.
On Flight Radar 24, it says it's due out in 10 minutes. But
Sweet.
if it's just started, it's not going to 10 minutes short.
We could go to Argos, should probably get about 5 for the Roman
Time will tell because one's going over the runway.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to be tapped. They do. We'll probably do it this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Shooting down the runway at the moment.
Oh, right. So yeah, just down the runway you can see all the happy, yeah, some of them are just taxiing back now.
I think this is just the one that's landing.
There's some on the right as well actually. There's about 6 down there.
Sort of made me question it when he was talking about his park car. That'd be nice. Is it liquid?
It's a bit emotional. I always forget they're up here, and last time I stepped on it, it blew up.
On a straw.
It was not a pretty sight. No, it'd be alright. It's going to have to be an operation. Yeah, it'd be alright. Be a lot easier to eat.
Generally, they're reading your comments and everything, telling you off. It's still cool. What was a emotional morning turn out to be?
We saw some like jets on the
Yeah.
but the jets we saw flying were off in the distance. Landing. So yeah, we just have to come here next time. I'm glad we did because this is really good.
Yeah, I think it's a load of the ones that should have gone in the morning have all just. It's pretty good.
I'll talk to the fence.
Question is, will they make you flight over Warriors? That's 6 till 10.
I don't know if any are still out.
I lost count.
I've totally lost the count.
How many have gone out today then?
A lot.
Oh, a lot. Yeah, we
Is
got,
that a technical term?
It was like you couldn't see. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face this morning.
Yeah, it was so
just
many.
lifted, and then suddenly there was loads of them. They tried and then failed miserably. Went back home. Yeah, there was a lot.
We were lucky enough to drive and the bombs come in and felt about that class and we're ready to go.
I am very debating whether to get the Vikings coming from the
We were just like where that
no offence.
the cars are going, it literally was.
Literally flying directly at us.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
we would have
we're
stopped
looking
if
at
there
each other like
Yeah, if there wasn't a car directly behind us, we would have stopped.
yeah.
I'm just trying to work out.
Thank you.
That's it. It just feels like there should be another 6. It just feels, you know, it was like a million now.
There was loads.
I've got a feeling all the F-35s are that. I just.
Yeah,
Do you know where he said it? Do you know where he said for them to go? It's the hot bits. So the bubble. The bubble's the hot bits. It's all the bits. Sometimes they say the bubble and they go over the hot bit and then they go out. Well, not always, but usually. Right, God's March is coming up. It's a Typhoon at 52,000 points. I've never seen it so red. The only thing I've seen red like that is a U2 that you showed me once.
What's that?
Typhoon, like colour red on the
quite rare.
ADSB. Yeah, that's quite rare to see that. Normally it's the U2 that you see like that. Scotland, top left.
Yeah,
It's a wooden aerodrome.
53,000 feet, really?
But on the book, by the book, they can do 55. As the brochure, yeah, the brochure says it can do 55, but I'm sure it can do more. For insurance purposes, you know, if you're going to get insurance on a Typhoon, you know, you just got to keep the back.
50 grand a month.
Yeah. Oh, dear. You're going to go down to the. You're going to go for it. You're going down to the down there.
I can't confirm if there's any out. That's the problem. No matter if I get round there, 10-minute walk, and then be nothing there.
Tony Rivers, high five. Welcome back to the squadron. In fact, welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club. A Guards March to you. Margot Baxter, here's to another great TCS week. Thank you very much, and a Guards March to you. Ange Baker, congratulations with 2 years milestone. Best channel ever, thank you. Kevin Marshall, thank you very much. Oi, oi, Ted and Nikos, keep up the great work. Thank you for your 17 months membership. Donna and the Cake Cat also celebrating 2 years milestone. Good morning, everyone. Oi, oi, finally got my green badge. Looks good on you. Chili Beef with 15 months membership. Oi, oi, good morning all. Thanks, Nikos and Ted. Guards March. Alan Q, Guards March to you. Thanks for the super. Mark Barr, well done on your first month membership. JDM34, welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club. Guards March to you. Thank you for joining us. Wee Stevie Boy, Cuppa for Wee Margot, thank you very much for the super. Sharon Chapman, congratulations on your 12 months milestone. My far favourite waste of time. Well, thank you very much. Jay Bolton, loving the stream, Nikos and Ted. The mist looks great with takeoffs. Guards March, thank you very much. Steve Rampling, 15 months membership. Weepage, oi oi. Plain Spot Tone as well, thank you for the super. Oi oi, Nikos, my bro, thank you very much. EP65, to quote Sharon, best way to waste your time. Thanks Ted and Fab Crew. Rob Kennard, thank you very much. A Guards March to you for the super chat. This is going to be a super awesome and loud year. Philip Goodfellow with 3 months membership. Thanks Ted, Nichols' fabulous channel. Margot Baxter, thanks for the super chat. For meeting some of our devoted TCS members and TED fans on Saturday. Thank you too to the RAF Coningsby, BBMF and the Typhoon Display Team 29 Squadron and all involved for a great Members Day. Guards March to that one. Dave L, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Barry Cantello, high five. Guards March, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Hello? I'm calling from your bank account.
Hello.
Sorry. Sorry, Grant D. Mull, member for 4 months, glory days. What an amazing morning. Oi, oi. Oh, hello, Nikos, Ted, Claire Bear, Guards March, thank you very much. And sorry, Barry Cantello, a high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, Guards March. Jay Bolton, Guards March, who's put Fweep, lovely super. Wee Stevie Boy, Cuppa for Wee Margot, Guards March.
I'll put it in this position.
Surge Sector 7 Aviation. What a day, best channel on YouTube. Thanks Ted. Thanks a lot, Surge Sector 7 Aviation. Graham McRobert, Guards March, thank you very much. Thanks for the super chat. Anne Cox, thank you very much for the super chat as well, Guards March. And Hans Olav Mork with 18 months membership. Hello from Norway, Guards March. Oh, you really tested my vexillology. That's what you call it. Let's have a look here now. Aspen, Margot, Daniel G, how you doing? Remco DeVray, JPT Aviation, Jill Scott, how you doing? G Van Pulliam, oi oi, Alex Black Cat, hope you're all well. Claire Bear's on here as well, how you doing? Philip Goodfellow, Lorraine at the Manic Ramblings. It's, just waiting for the F-15s to taxi back. Now, as you can see there, we've got a very happy, good looking 747 there. It looks like the engines are running. See that heat haze going very suspiciously vertical, which says to me that the salmon has been smoked. And massive shout out to everyone. And just did on a fun one here. I uploaded a video on, when was it, Friday? 3 days ago it says here, and it's on 776,600 views. It's the C5 Galaxy video. Goodness me.
To come in as you were leading
So we might just see if I can hold on for this. I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll have a quick cup of tea and I'll be back.
Right, just wondering if you guys know anything, what's coming in, what's going out. You haven't got all day to kick around and wait, so I'm just wondering if you know anything. No. Over there was saying about 15 went out first thing and 15 come back or something like that. We were leaving technically so uncertain to come in. nothing out even the plan, is it? Yeah.
They only in one of the major airports.
We've done
Might be
a bit higher. Oh, you did.
We're going to go down.
Yeah. Oh, fair. No. Cheers anyway. No worries, man.
Well, while we wait just a few more minutes before we finish up for the show, just wanted to mention about the Augsburg raid as well earlier today, just very briefly what was going on with the arrival of the Avro Lancaster, and that came at Christmas Eve in 1941. The 44 Squadron took off with 7 Lancasters, 1 being a spare, along with 7 of 97 Squadron based at Woodhall Spa to attack the MAN U-boat factory in Augsburg. But unfortunately the raid didn't exactly go very smoothly, with the loss of 37, and it was when they met the Luftwaffe's JG2. Here he is, Barry, my man.
I've got one for you.
Oh, here we go, live on the spot. Here we go, my word.
The American Boeing B-29.
Yes,
What was it called when we had them in Bomber Command?
Boeing Washington.
Good man.
Thank you.
Good man.
Thank you very much.
I'll catch you one day.
Yeah, you will. Thanks, man. No, I like it. I love this. It, you know, it makes sure it's like my teacher. Make sure I'm learning. That's good. I love it. Thanks, Barry.
Did he
Barry.
pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do all right.
We called it the Washington. I don't know why. Probably some treaty or something.
It's like we called the B-17 the Boeing Fortress. We had 1, 2, and 3. We called the A-20 Havoc the Boston. Just okay. I'm trying to think if there was another one.
Ah, I've got one.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Where does the expression "the full 9 yards" come from?
Oh no, you got me on that one. Let me have a little get a full 9 yards. Is it to do with the carrier?
Football.
Is it to do with the carrier?
No.
Okay, I was thinking Doolittle's mission, but no. Okay.
Right. When hostilities in Germany were getting weaker and weaker, they didn't have to escort the bomber wing. They used to let them go out on their own. So you had the P-47s had to do something, so they attacked any aircraft on the ground they could find, trains, anything. Now when they come back from a mission, they would get interrogated.
Okay.
And they want evidence that the plane went down, that they attacked. And the American pilot said, I don't know, I didn't witness it go down, but he must have done, because I give him the full 9 yards.
Oh.
The ammunition belt in a P-47
Is 9 yards. Ah, yes.
Nice.
That's really trivia. That is boringly trivia.
I love that. I love that.
That was good.
Was that on the P-47s, was it?
Yes, yes.
See, I should have known that.
Another bit of trivia with that aircraft. They did a Razorback
They did, yes.
without the bubble canopy.
Correct.
Faster.
Because the bubble canopy created a lot more drag.
Yeah, you got it. And I think the same applies to the P-51s.
Yes. And it was just trying to think.
What movie referred to it as the Cadillac of the skies?
Oh gosh. Reach for the stars.
Mustang, P-51s.
No, I don't know. 12
Empire
o'clock.
of the Sun.
Ah.
Spielberg, I think. So what have we missed? Anything?
Loads of stuff.
Yeah.
I've got my little drawing of the P-47.
With the
all the
bubble
little
cannon.
bits and pieces, and how it would lose 25 miles per hour when it shot all 8 cannons. Which
Oh,
is
because of
the power of it.
the power of the recoil.
Yeah, the recoil, exactly. There you go. Love it.
This is not really to do with aircraft, but it's a good one.
Oh gosh, here we go.
The standard round used to be 303,
Okay.
and that was in all the aircraft, Lee Enfield rifles. And then when we got deeply involved in NATO, we changed that to, I think it was
It's not 7.62. 7.62?
7.62.
7.62s.
But then after that, we've changed it to, is it 5.5?
50 cal,
The
0.5.
question is why? This is quite cruel, actually.
Oh no, is it family friendly?
Yeah, but it's still quite nasty.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
they changed the calibre.
Was it the damage it did to people?
Exactly that.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
get
because
hit by 7.62, it's good night Vienna.
yeah, because it
if-
breaks the
If you
copper.
get hit by a 5.5, whatever it was, that'll do quite a lot of damage to you, but it won't kill you. So on the battlefield, you take out 3 men. 1 for the injured party, 2 for the people who are going to carry him.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason we changed and made it into a less lethal round. I still wouldn't want to get hit by,
No,
hit by
no.
one.
There we go.
So what's due to happen then?
We're not sure. We're debating whether they've all come back.
Those over here.
Is that a jumbo?
Yeah, it's a 747.
Is it Atlas Air?
Yes.
There's a question for you youngsters. You know
Yeah.
jumbo jet.
Oh God, I love this.
How many engines? If you see one on the ground, we're right at the end of the aircraft, we've got the big fin goes up, you'll see a black hole. That's called an APU, an auxiliary power unit. But basically it's a jet engine.
So that makes the 50.
Sorry?
That makes the 50.
That makes it fifth.
I was waiting for a trick question.
I suppose it does give a little bit of thrust to the aircraft, but I doubt it was on. You get much footage today?
Yeah,
Quite a
been
bit.
great. Yeah, got quite a bit. It's been really good. I could probably safely say that's them all back then.
Yeah, I think so.
It's been-
The other day they were taken off in this direction, and they were all, especially the 35, all doing a bit of showboating. You know,
Oh,
when
yeah.
they show you the belly and
Yeah, that was good. It was good on Friday. Had a good time Friday. So it's been.
a guy was telling me, I think it was last year she went back, but last year on active service there was an F-15 here made in '84.
Oh wow.
Can you imagine the strain
Oh God.
that's been through?
Wow.
Pity you couldn't buy a car like that. Who's the biggest manufacturer of vehicle tyres?
Is it Lego?
I love that question. I love that.
Have you had that one?
Yeah, I think
think it
I
was
didn't
a
get it right.
question
I thought
of-
that was clever. No.
It was
I
on
didn't
something
when I
like
first heard it, but it's a
Who
good
Wants
fact.
to Be a Millionaire? It was something
Was
like
it on there?
Yeah, that's one of the options.
Yeah, Lego just makes so much stuff.
Lady Sheds
Oh,
teddy
they
bears.
must make them
As we just wait for the for potentially something else. I'm gonna probably shoot off in about 10 minutes or so. I'll wait another 10 minutes. I just touched in very briefly on the Augsburg raid when the Royal Air Force and Bomber Command really felt that 4 engines would be enough with all the guns on the Lancaster, and when they were met by the JG, a crackpot squadron who, by the time they finished with those Lancasters, they had a 1,001 aerial victories alone between them, and it was Alsa that got his 100th on one of those Lancasters. But I'll talk to you about the Augsburg raid either at the Waddington stream. But at first they were a little bit timid with them. They've never seen a 4-engine bomber before. It was the first time that they've seen it. It was over France, and from the 6 aircraft, 2 lots of Vic formations, 4 were destroyed, 4 were shot down, and the consequences to that, and the result of Nettleton. One did crash land, not all of them perished, but one did actually crash land, and all crew survived safely. But the Augsburg raid with squadron leader Nettleton, he was told, he was part of 40, he was the leader for 44 Squadron on that flight, was told if it's a failure to turn back, but well, we're talking about Royal Air Force in Bomber Command. They had that must press on, and actually all airmen had that sort of vigil, you know, that guile about them, beautiful, that guile about them. But when it came to the 4-engine bomber of the B-17, another, you know, encounter with the B-17s. Again, when they first met them, weren't sure about them, and too right, because they had to treat these with a little bit more respect, with the 10 to 13 guns plastered around, and especially when these got into formation. If you imagine each of the guns being water jets, it was almost impossible not to get wet, especially if you've got a formation of 10 to 21 B-17s in formation. So the 109s and especially and eventually the 190s, when they met B-17s, they had to take them with caution. In fact, for those that don't know, taking down a 4-engine bomber was actually classed as 2 aerial victories for the Luftwaffe. So you may have seen movies, it takes about 1,000 rounds to take one of these down. It's not like it gets hit and that's the end of it. Yes, with the exception of depending where, but of course humans, especially in the rear gunner, they're not immune to the bullets and the dangers of being shot. So the Luftwaffe started to create tactics and come up with tactics, and it only takes 1 bullet to take down a pilot. And this, my friends, is the weakest point, the front. But that had to be taken with caution, because don't forget, aircraft are moving at hundreds of miles per hour. In fact, let me just show you a diagram. For those that have seen the diagram, well, it's time to go back. Now, I'll just, I did a little diagram to show you the tactics used by the Luftwaffe to take down a B-17, and don't forget, the purpose was to, hopefully for them to destroy a B-17 by taking out the pilot and watching, hopefully for them, watching that B-17 collide with others, a potential, because it was easier to try to break formations of these so that they were easy pickings. However, it did come at a cost. Now, a 109's accuracy to fire is 200 meters. I want you to remember 200 meters, all right? That's the accuracy that it can fire at. If you've got the bombers going about 180 miles per hour, I've just done it, I just picked a number which I thought was average speeds for a bombing stream. 180 miles per hour plus the BF-109 going 270. Put the speed together is 450 miles per hour as a combined speed. Let me put you into scary facts. If these were going head to head, this means they're traveling at 201 meters per second, okay? Let me put that into a more scarier fact. In 1 mile, in 8 seconds they would have collided. In 1 kilometer, 4.9 seconds, they would have collided. So how on earth is the BF-109 pilot going to be able to do this when the cannons are rated to be accurate at 200 meters per second, which means they've only got 1 second to fire it, but they're going to crash in that time. So they adjusted the cannon to 400 meter accuracy. So 1 mile away, diving down, 7 seconds, 6 seconds to go for impact. 5, 4, 3, 2 fire. Well, 3 seconds, 2 seconds left to go. Fire it, and then what they would need to do is to dive down in a split S. That is how dangerous it was, and they had to hope none of the debris or any explosions would come as a consequence. It is a very scary factor to even put that into perspective. So, you know, we play all these, you know, many of you may play all the little simulator games. Aerial combat in reality is, you're never going to be able to get that scary factor of having an aircraft coming at you at a combined speed of 450 miles per hour, which means in 8 seconds they would have collided. The Messerschmitt 109's cannon was accurate at 200 meters, so they adjusted it to 400 meters. Remember, that combined speed, 450 miles per hour, okay, means in 8 seconds they would collide, which means now the Luftwaffe pilot has just got 2 seconds to fire, and on that last second to do a split S, otherwise it's game over for everyone. And you know, it's not as far-fetched as you think. They were even told to try to engage if they didn't have any weapons left. It wasn't uncommon to have aircraft ramming other aircraft as a last resort. Scary stuff, but unfortunately the realities of war.
Adolf Gallen, German fighter ace, he had adopted a way to shoot down a B-17 first time every time.
Is
a
that
head-on attack?
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was,
and then a 4-second burst.
That's the one. That's what I was just. Yeah, there it is.
And believe it or not, they didn't have many 4-second bursts.
No, they had 1 second to get out of there.
And pilots of the the Emil, you know, the early one, they didn't like using the cannon which fired through the propeller boss, because it used to bend the A-frames. The recoil used to bend the frames that hold the engine.
Oh wow.
So they were reluctant to use the cannon. In fact, on later versions, the cannon was dropped. I think it's the Gustav, the G.
Right.
Far more streamlined and a big nose on the propeller.
Oh yeah, it looked like a little shark.
Yeah, but
mouth on it.
But no cannon.
No. Oh.
That forward, that's the one forward.
I'm pretty sure there is 4 more out.
Is there?
Lakenheath approach, Point Charlie, 5 miles away.
Oh, that's us then.
When the Poles come over for the Battle of Britain, they never hit anything. And the reason they didn't hit anything, they were talking to an armourer. And I think they were equipped with Hurricanes. And he said, "You're not hitting anything. You're not having a kill in all the time you've been here." When you let them have a burst, and this Polish pilot said about 100 foot. The guns on the Hurricane were far, you know, the apex, the killing zone was much further, and they had to adapt the gun mounts to get this degree of towing, for want of a better word.
Very interesting stuff. I love it all.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't get lost.
Thank you guys, thank you for the...
You take care, my man.
Yeah.
This is
Thank
how
you.
every history lesson should be done. A YouTuber on top of the van, and a gentleman coming along and just giving us 20 minutes.
As long as it's not a YouTuber on top of the man.
No, that's a different channel.
Yeah. Anyway, nice one. Enjoy your day. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
And you know, you hear all these, you know, the Great Escape and all these different things to get out of Germany, make films. One of the things that impressed me, two RAF pilots got hold of some overalls in a POW camp. Some workers had left their overalls.
Point Charlie
out, so
inside.
they nicked them,
All right.
and they carried a pole, a wooden pole, right across Germany. Carried it on their shoulder. It just looked like workmen.
Okay, so we
What
do have.
is happening?
I think we got more out there. Here we go.
What to come in?
Yeah. Point Charlie in sight.
The other day, the bloke was telling me they all came back with their transponders turned off. That sounds a bit dodgy, doesn't it?
Nah, they wouldn't do that.
No?
They'll be in serious trouble if they turned that off. Like, that's extremely dangerous for other aircraft in the sky.
Well, yeah, because essentially they're invisible, aren't they?
No, I think what they meant is they turned the data off ADSB.
Ah, right.
That's a different thing. You'll be in like serious trouble with the FAA if you did that.
How far can you see an F-15? Really quite far.
They would have been here
I
by
will
now.
tell you in a minute when the
aerial,
actions
the long aerial just took it.
what has been recognised as the world's funniest joke in America and in England.
Okay.
I can hear one. Or is it that calm?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I can hear it.
something.
Here we go.
Where they been?
Here we go.
Down to the road. Got it.
Here we go. Point Charlie.
Bandits, 11 o'clock. Should it be bandit?
Is another 2? No. Oh yeah, it's another 2 as well. So I hope you enjoyed today. This will be our last movements for F-15s. Our show is done. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's tuned in. What we're going to get. an amazing end to the show. One more to go.
Beautiful.
Well, what a great way with a series of low approaches to finish the show, and a great time to say our goodbyes. A great
Still some lot more to come back, is there? Because there's still them 7 that went out there. Because there was 9, I know there was about 9 went out earlier.
Yeah, maybe they're on the phone.
Yeah, so there was 9 went out earlier, and we'd have what, 7 back? 8?
Now there are reports that I think, oh, the light's on. Hang on, the 747's going now. It's on the move, isn't it? Yep, it must have heard us that we were finishing early, and it's now on the move. Okay, we'll stay for this one, and that should finish up our day. Wow.
I'll take that.
Yep.
That'll do.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think it might be a Mildenhall.
Good shout.
Yeah.
And a big thank you to everyone who's tuned in today, and 115.2k is just phenomenal. The channel is just climbing crazy. Amazing. Thank you all so much for the support.
What a nice one.
Are you ready to go? 747's leaving.
Yeah, I'm just gonna catch it now. Just when I was finishing, it's on. I'll catch it.
Now, I don't know if you know, the pilot told me this. You know when they go round,
Yeah.
do you know what they're doing?
As in circuits.
Yeah.
Why they're doing it?
Yeah,
or
why?
Bit of both. It depends. It's a bit of training. Burn a bit of gas.
It's a flameout procedure.
When they're up there.
Yeah. And
But
they
yes.
glide.
Yeah. So the F-35s will do a PFO, practice flameout. They go into high key.
Bit dodgy with the F-35 though.
That's
You only
fine.
got the one in, you know.
It's fine. It's a good. It could certainly work as a glider the way it does comes
Do you
in.
reckon you take off this way? Or...
No, it'll go out away from us.
700, it says 4,000.
Right, do you want the funniest joke in the world?
Go on then. Go on then. We'll put it on.
There's a guy walking down a residential area, beautiful detached houses, green lawns out the front. One of the lawns, somebody stuck a stake into the grass, hand-painted sign, free, it's a good home, one Labrador. He thinks, oh, they're lovely dogs. I knock at the door. He said, you still got the dog, mate? Yeah, he's still got the dog. We want a forever home, because he's old. Preferably with children who will play with him and look after him. He said, would you like to meet him? Oh, I'd love to meet him, he said. Well, go down the side of the house, through the gate. He'll be on the back lawn. That's where he lives. He loves that spot. Goes down, opens the gate. It's the most beautiful, huge, yellow Labrador. He's tickling his ears and scratching his head. And he says, hello, old matey, how are you today? And this dog looked up and went, well, actually, I'm fine. How are you? Bloody hell! You talk? Well, of course I do. Where'd you learn to talk? Colchester. What's at Colchester? He said the British Army. I was a corporal, had a rank. We used to go behind enemy lines with cameras strapped to our head and our chest. But the powers that be, the Ministry of Defence, thought it better for our safety that we could talk our way out of trouble. So in my regiment, we got 48 English-speaking dogs and 2 French-speaking dogs. He said, I've had a good innings. I've just come back from 2 tours of Afghanistan, done the Kuwait War, Iraqi War 1, Iraqi War 2, been down to Dover on secondment to the Customs and Excise, and I recovered, by sniffing it out, 1.5 million quid's worth of heroin. He said, oh, a lot to take in. He said, I'm going to see your owner. Goes to the owner and says, you're a prat. He said, why? He said, do you realise what that dog could earn on something like Britain's Got Talent? And then you've got Canada, USA, Australia, New Zealand, all those English-speaking countries. You'd be a millionaire. He said, no, I'm up to here with that bloody dog. I'm up to here. My wife, she's up to here with that bloody dog. To the extent she's under the doctor on Valium. He said, what can be so bad about a talking dog? You're wrong. He said, nothing to do with talking. He said, it's the bloody lies. He said, he's never been out in the village. Let it sink in for a while.
Okay, as we wait for the
That's a wrap.
747. That was Barry there. Our Barry's part of the show, man. I love it. Right.
Can't see it. Where's he gone? Can you see it?
No, he's gone round.
I wonder how much he'll do. I suppose it depends where he's going.
He was unloaded. He was unloaded the full lot.
Apparently, they're really popular with the freight companies. Apparently, it's a really good aircraft.
Right, so we're just waiting for the 747 just to come around the corner. And if I could just take this opportunity to thank everyone who tuned in today. Our first show of the week. Who knows where we'll be tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'll try and see what I can get you this week. Bit challenging with Marham and Coningsby on night flying with the Cobra Warrior sorties. Here we go. Oh, look at this. Oh, man.
Oh, I mean, do you reckon all the seats now?
Wow.
On the second-hand market, they go for about 1.5 million. That's not bad,
Here we go.
Unrestricted.
Maybe.
out of reach. I see the wind.
In the world was that? Atlas. Greek mythology there, linked with Medusa's head and the Atlas Mountains. In Greek mythology, if you want to know why they're called the Atlas Mountains, well, Perseus went over there with Medusa's head and he told Atlas not to look in the bag. Well, Atlas wanted to have a look in the bag and turned to stone and formed the Atlas Mountains.
What about Icarus? Amazing news, didn't he? Flew too close to the sun. Do you like English humour?
Sometimes.
Have you heard of any trailers of the Well, I found a guy that invented that format. And because of his contribution to the English colony. Are you there? Okay.
There's more.
That's right.
2 ships left.
Nice. Two more. Oh my word.
I lost it.
So 4 more, just like that. One of them looks like it's going to do a go around at this height. Or maybe not. I'm just going to hold this here like that. I like this shot. F-15s and 747 just parked there like that. It's really cool. Love it. Just ready for lovely that approach.
That was nice.
The 747 is at the back. Well, there we go, ladies and teddy bears. What a way to end the show with a 747. Wow. And Gary Inge, thank you for the super chat. I love these low approaches. Great camera work. Thank you very much. Gary Inge, Guards March. We Stevie Boy 747. Wow, thanks for the super chat, Guards March. And Jay Bolton, Guards March to you. Thanks for the super. Today's been brilliant. And Living the Dream as well. Thanks, man, for the super as well. And just in case I missed it, and Cox as well with the super sticker as well. Right, ladies and teddy bears, that is us complete. And what a way to start the week here at RAF Lakenheath. Wow, amazing. Thank you to the 48 Fighter Wing. And wow, amazing. And what a day it was in the morning, looking like it wasn't going to happen, but it did. And that's the way here. I guess it's something to do with the forests and the trees around here. It really, you know, really closes that fog here. Quite comforting for fog with the trees there, but not for us. But anyway, it was great. We got there in the end. Thank you very much. A great start to the week, ladies and teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed it. So 48 Fighter Wing, thank you. Oh yes. Oh, the 48th munitions. Oh, nice one. Cool, thank you very much to them. Great timing. And of course our members and viewers, thank you very much as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel like you do. So, my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for today it is, see you soon, or wish you well. See ya! Ted, go and get your salmon, mate. Fresh delivery from that Atlas Air. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. you'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.